the silent dreams.
I am writing this by lamplight at a table that is not a desk. It is a dining table pushed against the wall of a room called the Snug at the Moorland Inn, at the junction of 3 roads on the open moor above Ashford Crossing, and it will serve the purpose well enough. The lamp is to my right tonight. The window is directly ahead of me, and there is nothing beyond it but the dark and the sound of the storm. The storm began this afternoon. My name is Edmund Hale. I am a surveyor of railways. And tonight I am not going anywhere. I left Ashford Crossing at 7:30 in the morning, in conditions that the locals described as turning. But before I left, there was the morning itself. Mrs. Brennan had set breakfast at 7, porridge, toast, a soft-boiled egg that arrived at the precise moment I had finished the porridge, which suggested a level of attentive timing I did not comment on but noted with appreciation. She poured the tea without asking. She had understood, by the second morning, that I drank tea before speaking and speech before engagement with the day, and she had organized the breakfast accordingly. I ate at the window. The valley at 7 in the morning in November is not yet fully itself. The light comes slowly over the eastern ridge, the same ridge I had looked at from my desk on the first night, and it comes not as warmth, but as grey permission, a gradual brightening that tells the valley it may begin without committing to any particular quality of day. The fields emerged from the dark in stages. The stream caught the first light and held it in the way moving water does, not reflecting it clearly, but giving it back broken and alive. I watched this happen while I ate. Thomas Birch was at the platform when I passed. I had stopped to post Clara's latest letter, a short one, only half a page, written the previous evening after the survey notes. I had given it to Mrs. Brennan the night before, and she had left it on the hall table for the morning post, and I collected it as I left and carried it to the station letter box. Thomas was sweeping the platform. He did this with the focused economy of someone who has performed the task many times and has refined it to its essential elements: the long stroke, the corner attention, the pile at the platform's end disposed of with a final efficient motion. He looked up when he heard my boots on the flagstone. "Off to the moor today, sir," he said. He knew the survey itinerary. I had mentioned it, and he had listened in the attending way he had. "The inn at the junction," I said. He paused in his sweeping. "You'll want to be off the top before 2, he said. "Weather's turning." I asked him how he could tell. He looked at the sky to the north with the expression of someone consulting a source that requires no explanation. "Wind shifted in the night," he said, "coming from the northwest now, and the color of it." I looked at the northern sky. It was the grey that northern skies are in November, not dramatically different from any other November grey. But there was, perhaps, a quality to it that I might, if I were honest, describe as purposeful, as though it had somewhere to be. "I'll be off early," I said. He nodded, satisfied, and resumed the sweeping. I posted the letter and stood for a moment on the platform, looking south along the valley. From the platform at Ashford Crossing, you can see perhaps half a mile of the valley floor before the lane, and the trees obscure the view. In that half mile, the stone bridge just visible, the pale line of the lane running alongside the stream, and above it on the eastern hillside, the limestone shelf, the shelf I had spent 3 days measuring and understanding, which now existed in my ledger in precise numbers and in my mind in the specific texture of its stone, the feel of it underfoot, the way the gradient eased and then steepened again at the southern end. I had been in this valley for 5 days. I knew it. Not the way Thomas knew it, or Mrs. Brennan, or Renwick. Not the deep knowing of people who have been in a place for years or decades or their whole lives, who carry it in the particular quality of their attention and the specific things they notice without noticing that they notice. But the knowing of sustained, careful attention, the knowing that comes from walking the ground and writing it down. I turned away from the valley and walked toward the moor road. The lane that climbs from the village toward the moor passes, in its lower section, through a small belt of woodland, ash and oak, mostly bare now, their branches making the particular intricate geometry of November trees against the pale sky. The woodland is not large. Perhaps a quarter-mile of lane is enclosed by it on both sides, but it has a quality that I have noticed each time I have passed through it on the survey. It changes the sound. Below the woodland, you have the sounds of the village, distant but present, a dog, a cart, the station bell when it rings, the human sounds of a settlement going about its mourning. In the woodland, these sounds fall away, not because the trees are dense, they are not, the canopy is bare and does not muffle, but because the woodland creates its own soundscape, its own foreground of small sounds that compete with and replace the village sounds, the wind in the upper branches, the particular creak of ash in cold weather, the brief percussion of a bird moving in the undergrowth, a woodpecker somewhere in the larger oaks on the right side of the lane. The woodland announces, you are leaving one place and entering another. I walked through it with the attention of someone who understands this, who knows that the transition between the known and the unknown is worth marking. Then the woodland thinned, then it ended. Then I was on the lane below the moor gate, with the enclosed farmland stretching up the hillside ahead and the open moor above. The first mile from the village was familiar. I had walked it twice during my days surveying the valley floor. The lane runs south from the crossing bell, crosses the stone bridge at the stream, then turns sharply east and begins to climb. It climbs steeply. The limestone here is not the rounded, gentle limestone of the valley floor. Up on the hillside, it is more assertive. The rock breaks through the thin soil in outcrops and ridges, pale and angular, and the lane picks its way between these obstacles with the pragmatic indirection of a path made by people who found the straightest route impossible. It zigzags. It narrows. It passes through gaps in walls that seem too narrow for a loaded cart, until you realize the carts have been going through them for a century and have made their own adjustments to the stone. I walked it steadily. The survey bag was heavier than usual today. I had packed for 2 nights rather than 1, and I had brought the larger theodolite rather than the transit, because the road junction measurements would benefit from the greater precision. This is something Forsyth taught me about the beginning of a climb. Do not resent the weight. The weight is what you need. Resenting it only adds to it. Let sound the wind increasing as height is gained. Boots on stone, then on grass. By the time I reached the first gate, the boundary of the enclosed farmland, above which the open moor begins, the sky had changed. Below in the valley, I could still see the pale winter light, but ahead of me, to the north and east, the sky had gone the color of pewter. Not dramatically, it had not happened all at once, but sometime in the hour of walking, it had shifted from the pale clear gray of the morning to something heavier, more purposeful, the kind of sky that has something in mind. The wind was coming from the north now, and it had acquired an edge. I stopped at the gate, set down the survey bag, and looked at it. I'm not a man who turns back. I have learned to distinguish between conditions that are genuinely dangerous and conditions that are merely uncomfortable, and 22 years of outdoor survey work have given me a reasonably accurate calibration. The inn was perhaps 1.5 miles ahead. The storm, if it was to be a storm, had not yet arrived. I had good boots and a heavy coat and enough sense not to linger on the exposed sections. I opened the gate, went through, closed it behind me, and walked on. Let sound the gate, then the moor opening out. Before I walked on, I turned and looked back at the valley. This is something I always do when a survey takes me to high ground, turn and look back at the place I have been working in, to see it from outside itself. A valley seen from above is a different thing from a valley walked through. The view from the valley floor gives you the particulars, the stream, the field walls, the individual buildings of the village. The exact texture of the lane. The view from the hillside gives you the shape. The Ashford Valley, from the gate at the moor's edge, has a shape I had not anticipated. From the map I had understood it as a north-south valley, broadly oriented, broadly obvious. What the map had not communicated was the valley's narrowing. It is wide at the north, where the village sits, and it narrows progressively to the south, as the limestone hills on either side draw closer together until at the southern end, which I could see from here as a dark compression of hillsides against a pale sky, it closes into the gorge. A funnel, almost. Open at the top, collected at the bottom. I stood and looked at it in the morning light, the village, small and precise at the valley's wide end, the stream, the silver thread of it visible only in sections where the angle was right, the fields, their geometry of walls and gates, and then the narrowing, and the southern hills closing in. And I thought, the line will enter at the wide end and compress with the valley. It will follow the constriction south, and at the bottom, it will be channeled through the gorge on the 7 arches, and it will emerge on the other side into the open country beyond. The valley has a natural direction. The line will follow it. This seemed right, not as an engineering calculation that would come later with the instruments, but as a perception, a first understanding of what the valley wanted the line to do. I turned back to the moor and walked on. The moor is a different world from the valley. I do not know how else to put it. In the valley there are walls and lanes and farms and the logic of enclosed land, the sense that human thought has been applied to the ground, that it has been considered and divided and named. On the moor, you leave all of that behind at the gate. The ground here is heather and rough grass, interspersed with patches of exposed rock, and in the hollows, the black-green of sphagnum moss that marks the wet places. The heather is past its flowering. It was done in August, Thomas had told me, and in November it has the dull reddish-brown of dried blood, vast swathes of it covering the hillside in every direction. There is a quality to moorland that is very difficult to describe to someone who has only seen it in summer, when the heather is purple and the light is long and the whole thing offers itself as something scenic. In November, the moor makes no such offer. It is simply what it is, vast, honest, indifferent to whether you find it pleasing or not. It does not accommodate your expectations of it. It simply continues in every direction. I find this, for reasons I have never fully examined, a relief. There is a freedom in a landscape that makes no offer. In the valleys and the villages and the towns, in the human geography of the survey, there is always a negotiation happening between the place and the person looking at it. The place presents itself in a certain way. The person receives the presentation. Both are altered by the exchange. On the moor, this negotiation does not occur. The moor is not presenting itself. It is simply there, doing what it does, growing and dying and being wet and cold, and occasionally beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they are entirely themselves, and you can take it or leave it, and it makes no difference. I find this, as I said, a relief. Not because the negotiation of the valley is unwelcome. It is not. I am interested in the valley precisely because it is in that negotiation, because it is presenting itself in ways that I must attend to and respond to. That is the work. But to walk through a landscape that is not presenting itself, to be in something that is not addressed to you, that is going about its own business with complete indifference to your presence, is a different kind of experience, a cleaner one. The moor requires nothing of me except that I do not get lost or blown into a wet hollow. I can simply be in it. And I am glad to simply be in it, for this hour, before the inn and the storm and the questions of the survey resume. Let sound open moorland wind, heather underfoot, the sky pressing down. The track on the moor narrowed further as I climbed. In the valley, the lanes are maintained, by the parish, by custom, by the passage of carts and feet over centuries that have worn the surface into a reliable form. On the moor, maintenance is a more approximate affair. The track I was following had been established by use, by the feet of the farmers and carriers who have been crossing this moor for generations, and maintained by nothing more than the continued use itself. In wet weather or after a storm, sections of it would be impassable. Thomas had implied as much without saying so directly, but this morning, still clear, still cold, the ground firm under the frost, it was perfectly walkable. I walked it with attention. Wind was coming properly now from the northwest, finding the ridge and running along it in the way moorland winds do. Not gusting, not dramatic, but steady and committed. A wind that has made up its mind. It was cold against the left side of my face and cold at my collar, and it carried with it the smell of the open moor, that particular smell of cold peat and damp heather that is unlike any other smell I know and that I associate, now after years of surveys, with the beginning of difficult country. Good difficult country, the kind of difficult that is honest about itself. I walked for an hour. The ridge appeared ahead of me, the highest point of the moor road, from which on a clear day you can see across 3 counties. Today it showed me only the sky and the moor and the valley below and the first dark smudge of the approaching storm. But the view from the ridge, even in these conditions, was sufficient. The scale of it, the way the land arranged itself in every direction without reference to anything human. I stood on the ridge for perhaps 3 minutes. Then I pulled my hat down and leaned into the wind and walked for the inn. The lane on the moor is barely a lane. It becomes a track, 2 wheel ruts separated by a ridge of rough grass, winding across the heathland in the general direction of north-northeast, which is where my compass told me I needed to go. I walked in the left rut. It was drier. The curlew was somewhere above the moor. I heard them before I saw them, the long, descending, unmistakable call, the sound that is more associated with this kind of landscape than any other. They were flying in the low cloud to the northeast, moving in the way curlews move before weather, restless, purposeful, not yet settled into the hunched patience of birds waiting out a storm. They knew what was coming. I walked faster. The wind hit me properly about halfway across. There is a ridge, the highest point of the moor road, perhaps 160 feet above the valley floor, where the land falls away on both sides, and there is nothing between you and whatever the weather has decided to do. In summer this ridge offers, Thomas had told me, a view across 3 counties on a clear day. In November, approaching a storm from the north, it offered the full force of the wind. I stopped walking when I reached it, not by choice, but because the wind required a moment of renegotiation. It came in a gust that staggered me slightly and drove horizontal rain, the first rain, into my face with a cold that was not quite sleet, but was considering the possibility. I pulled my hat down and leaned into it and walked. Let sound the full force of the moor wind, rain beginning, boots pressing forward. I will not pretend it was pleasant. It was not pleasant. It was cold and wet, and the survey bag swung in the gusts in ways that shifted my balance, and the track was beginning to run with water that caught the light in thin silver threads along the ruts. My coat, which is a good coat and has seen worse, was doing its job, but the gap between collar and hat was not covered, and the rain found it efficiently. But I have learned, over years of walking in weather, that there is a particular quality of attention available in difficult conditions that is not available in comfortable ones. When you must concentrate on the path, on your footing, on the wind, on not being blown into the wet hollow to your right, the usual background noise of thought quiets down. You are simply walking. Simply there. There is something almost restful in it, once you have accepted the discomfort. Forsyth used to walk in any weather. He had a theory about it, that the body, when asked to deal with physical difficulty, releases the mind from its ordinary preoccupations. He did his best thinking in bad weather, he said. He did not mean this mystically. He meant it mechanically, the mind. Occupied with keeping the body warm and upright and moving in the right direction, has no spare attention for worry. I had thought this a young man's eccentricity, when he first said it. I think it is true. I saw the inn before I expected to. It appeared from behind a fold in the land, a shape first in the grey, a low stone building, longer than it was tall, with a chimney at each end, both producing smoke that was immediately flattened and dispersed by the wind. A lamp in the window, amber through the rain. A sign above the door that swung in the gusts, the Moorland Inn, in letters I could read from 30 yards. I walked toward it with the particular relief of a man who has been cold and wet for long enough, that the sight of a warm building has become beautiful. I opened the door and went in. The contrast was so complete that I stood still for a moment, simply adjusting to it. Warmth, genuine warmth, not the marginal warmth of a room with a small fire fighting against a large cold, but the accumulated warmth of a room that has been heated all morning by a fire that means business. The air was thick with it, and with the smell of wood smoke and something cooking, a stew or a soup, something long and slow, and beneath that, the particular smell of stone walls that have been absorbing heat for a very long time. The room was low-ceilinged and not large. A bar along the left wall, behind which no one was currently standing. 3 tables, each with 2 or 3 chairs. A bench along the far wall, low and padded with something that had once been red and was now a color with no particular name. And the fire in a hearth that took up most of the right wall, burning with the organized intensity of a fire built by someone who understood fire, logs stacked precisely, the coals below them red and settled. 2 men at the table nearest the fire, looking at me. "Let's close it properly," one of them said, not unkindly, with the practicality of a man who has spent his life in a building that the wind would get into if given the opportunity. I pulled the door fully shut, the latch caught. "Thank you," I said. A woman appeared from a door behind the bar, perhaps 60, short, with white hair pinned severely, and the expression of someone who has been running this establishment long enough that unexpected arrivals have long since ceased to be either unexpected or particularly interesting. "Mr. Hale," she said. "Mrs. Farrow," I said. She looked me over, the wet coat, the survey bag, the general dampness of a man who has walked 3 miles across moorland in a developing storm, and her expression shifted to something that was not quite sympathy, but was adjacent to it. "Room's ready," she said. "Come back down when you've changed." The room at the Moorland Inn is smaller than the one at the Crossing Bell. This is not a criticism. Everything here is smaller, the windows, the ceilings, the corridors. The building is older, I think. The walls are thicker, the way walls are when they are built to resist something rather than simply to enclose a space. The walls here are built against the moor. The room has a bed with a blue counterpane, a washstand, a chest of drawers, a small window that faces north, the direction the storm is coming from, and shows nothing at present but a moving grey. No writing desk. The table in the snug downstairs will serve instead. I set down the survey bag. I took off my coat and hung it near the small radiator in the corner. The Moorland Inn, unlike the Crossing Bell, has a heating system of sorts. A single iron radiator in each room, lukewarm rather than hot, connected to a boiler somewhere in the back that Mrs. Farrow tends with the dedication of a lighthouse keeper tending a lamp. I changed into dry clothes. The dry clothes were a very great improvement. I sat on the edge of the bed for a moment after dressing, not yet ready to go back downstairs. Outside the north-facing window, the storm was arriving in earnest now. I could hear it in the glass, in the frame, in the slight flecks of the wall itself as the gusts came through. But in here, dry, warm still. I sat with that for a moment. The bed at the Moorland Inn has an iron bedstead, black, plain, the bars slightly bent at the foot end in the way of beds that have been slept in for many years by many people. The mattress is firm. The blue counterpane is wool heavy, the kind that retains warmth even in damp air. I looked at it from the edge where I sat. In all the places I have slept in the course of this work, the hotels and the farmhouses and the coaching inns and the railway accommodation, I have noticed that a room's bed tells you something true about the room, not about its quality or its price, about its character. Some beds are for sleeping in quickly, for recovering function. Some beds are for resting deeply, for the kind of sleep that restores more than the body. This bed, I thought, was for the second kind. It was a bed for weathering, for lying in while the storm worked at the walls, and the warmth of the room did its patient work, and the body, which had climbed a moor and arrived cold and wet, let go of the day. I would be back in it tonight. The storm had arrived properly while I was climbing the stairs. I could hear it in the window, not gently, not the soft pressing of the previous night's wind in Ashford Crossing, but the full voice of a moorland gale, coming in waves that struck the glass and the stone and the chimney in a sequence of sound that was almost rhythmic, if you listened carefully. The gust building, the peak of it, the slight fall, then the building again. The building held. It has been holding for a long time, I thought. This building has stood on this moor for longer than I have been alive, and it has held against this before, and it will hold against it now, and when this particular storm is over and the moor is quiet again, it will still be here. There was comfort in that. Not the abstract comfort of the permanence of stone, though that was part of it, but the more immediate comfort of recognizing that this building had been designed, by whoever built it, for exactly this situation. The thick walls, the small windows, the low roofline, the two chimneys that the wind ran over rather than into, all of it was specific to this location, this weather, this moor. The building knew what it was for. I went back downstairs. The two men at the fire had been joined by a third, a large man in a waxed coat that was still beaded with rain, who had evidently arrived while I was changing and was now sitting with his back to the fire in the attitude of someone intent on absorbing as much of it as possible. Mrs. Farrow appeared from the kitchen with a bowl of soup, which she set in front of me at the table she had evidently decided was mine. The one nearest the bar, slightly apart from the others, with a candle and a glass of water already on it. Lunch, she said. It was not a question. Thank you, I said. She disappeared again. I watched her move between the kitchen and the bar while I ate. Mrs. Farrow has a quality I have encountered in a certain kind of person who runs a certain kind of establishment, the quality of having become, over time, essentially continuous with the place they manage. She does not run the Moorland in the way a person manages something external to themselves. She runs it the way a person lives in their own body without particular consciousness of the act, because the act and the person have become the same thing. The inn is her, she is the inn. I asked her, when she came to clear the bowl, how long she had been here. She looked at me with the expression of someone who finds the question slightly unusual, not rude, simply not the kind of question that occurs to people who live in places, as opposed to people who pass through them. Born here, she said, my father kept it before me. And before him. His father, she picked up the bowl, it's been Farrow's place since 1791. She said this without pride and without modesty, simply as a fact about the building and the family, as true and unremarkable as the thickness of the walls. Nearly 100 years. Nearly 100 years of Farrows tending this fire, serving this stew, keeping this building against the moor. I thought about that for the rest of the afternoon. There is a quality to a building that has been in continuous use for a long time that is not merely about age. Age alone does not produce it. There are very old buildings that feel empty of themselves, as though the years passed through them without leaving anything behind. The quality I am thinking of is more specific than age. It is the quality of accumulated purpose. The Moorland Inn has been serving the same purpose, shelter and warmth and food and ale for travellers on the moor road, since 1791. Nearly a century of that purpose, performed by 3 generations of the same family in the same stone walls before the same fire. The building knows what it is for. The walls have absorbed the understanding of their own function. This is, I think, why it holds against the storm so effectively. Not just physically, though the walls are thick and the roof is sound and the chimneys draw well, but in some quality that I cannot quite name that has to do with the building's certainty of its own purpose. The storm comes, the building continues. This is what buildings that know themselves do. I find in this a small confirmation of something I have believed for a long time, that the purpose a thing is built for matters as much as the quality of its construction. The best built structure in the world, erected without clear purpose, will feel hollow. A simpler structure, built for a purpose it has served faithfully for a century, will feel the way the Moorland Inn feels tonight. Solid. Sufficient. Itself. The soup was lentil, dense and well seasoned, with a sprig of thyme that had not yet been removed from the bowl and bobbed gently in the surface. The bread was different from Ashford Crossing's bread, a darker, denser loaf, heavier in the hand, the kind of bread made for men who do physical work in cold weather. I ate it slowly, as I eat everything. The 3 men at the fire talked in low voices. I did not try to follow the conversation. It was not for me, and I am not a man who eavesdrops, but I caught the general shape of it. The storm, how long it would last, something about a flock of sheep on the north face that needed to be checked on, the usual concerns of men who live and work in a landscape that has opinions. Outside, the wind rose again, the inn sign creaked. A gust struck the chimney, and for a moment the fire dipped, and then recovered, steadied, resumed. I looked at the fire for a long time. There is something I have noticed about fires in storms, which is that they seem more themselves. A fire burning on a calm evening is pleasant. A fire burning while a storm works at the building outside is more than pleasant. It is present in a different way. The contrast sharpens it. The warmth is warmer. The light is brighter. The specific fact of a fire burning in a grate in a stone room while the wind tries the walls becomes a more significant thing than it would be otherwise. I have no scientific explanation for this. It is simply true. After lunch, Mrs. Farrow brought me tea and, without being asked, and without any particular ceremony, a second piece of bread. "You'll not be going anywhere this afternoon," she said, gesturing vaguely at the window, beyond which the storm was audibly making its views on the matter clear. "No," I agreed. "I had thought to survey the road junction this afternoon. That will wait." She nodded. "Supper at 6. She turned away, then turned back. "There's a shelf of books in the snug if you want something to do." "Thank you," I said. "I have my work." She looked at the ledger I had brought down, already open on the table. "Suit yourself," she said, and went back to her kitchen. I worked through the afternoon. Not field work, that was impossible, but the kind of indoor work that accumulates on any survey. The organization of notes from the previous days, the reduction of measurements to gradients and curves, the preliminary sketching of alignments on the section paper I carry in the large pocket of the survey bag. The storm was a constant presence beyond the windows. I worked, and the storm raged, and the fire burned, and the afternoon passed. The section paper is a particular pleasure. In the office, in the formal submissions to the company, everything must be drawn to precise specifications, inked, ruled, annotated in a standard hand that is not quite my own, the hand that engineers are trained to produce, regular and legible and devoid of personality. That is proper. That is what the documents require. But in the field, on section paper, I draw differently. The pencil moves quickly, following the gradient as I understand it. The proposed alignment appears in a light line, then a slightly heavier one as I adjust. Notes in the margin in my actual hand, illegible to anyone but me, and sometimes to me as well, a day later. Arrows indicating the direction of steepest slope. Circles around problems. The problem here is the farm. Martel's farm, on the floodplain below the valley. I have been thinking about it since the second day in Ashford Crossing. The floodplain puts it directly in the path of the most obvious alignment. To route west of it means a tighter curve than I would like where the valley narrows. To route east means the gradient becomes steep approaching from the south. I sat with the problem all afternoon, pencil in hand, the section paper developing slowly into something that was beginning to suggest a solution. Not the solution, not yet, but the outline of it. The eastern route, tighter gradient, but manageable, and it moved the line further from Martel's farmhouse, which would matter to whoever had to negotiate with Martel. I made a note in the margin, investigate Martel. T. Birch mentioned his name with a specific quality of silence. At some point, I had lost track of the hour. One of the men from the fire table came and stood near my table. Not intrusively, he stopped several feet away, as though asking permission to approach. I looked up. He was perhaps my age, mid-40s, strongly built, the kind of face that has spent 40 years in outdoor weather. He was holding his glass. "You're the surveyor," he said. "Yes," I said. He nodded as though this confirmed something. The line. "Yes." He looked at the section paper on the table without asking to see it more closely. "Where does it go?" "I don't know yet," I said honestly. "That is what I'm trying to determine." He considered this. "Martel won't like it," he said, "wherever it goes." "You know the farm." "No, Martel." He said this with the compressed expressiveness of someone who has known Martel for a long time and has arrived at a settled view. He did not elaborate. His name, he told me when I asked, was Renwick. He farmed on the east side of the moor, sheep, primarily, and had come down the moor road before the storm hit. He had intended to continue to the market town 8 miles to the north, and was now, like me, not going anywhere. "You've walked the valley?" he asked. 3 days, I said. He sat down, not at my table, but at the adjacent one, facing me at an angle. He seemed to understand that I was working and did not wish for conversation precisely, but that I was willing to receive information. This is a skill some people have, the reading of what a person is willing for. Renwick had it. We talked, intermittently, through the rest of the afternoon. Not continuously, there were long silences, during which I worked and he sat with his glass and watched the fire, and the storm made its sounds, and neither of us felt any need to fill the silence with words. But when he spoke, what he told me was useful. He knew the valley. He had grazed sheep on the lower moor above the farmland for 30 years. He knew the flood plain, how high it flooded in a bad winter, which I had not been able to determine from the map. He knew the old mill at the valley's south end, and the lane condition in wet weather, and the places where the limestone shelf that interested me most was solid underfoot, and the places where it was not. He knew Martel, who was, as far as Renwick was concerned, a man of fixed views about his land and a highly developed capacity for obstruction when those views were challenged. "He'll get fair value for the land the line takes," I said. "That's the company's obligation under the Act." "He knows that," Renwick said. "He's not worried about the money." "What is he worried about?" Renwick looked at me. "The quiet," he said. We sat with that for a while. The fire, the storm, Renwick's glass. Then I asked him, "How long has Martel been on the farm?" "Born there," Renwick said, "same as his father. His grandfather built the farmhouse, the original part of it, the east end. The rest came later." "So 3 generations." 3 on the flood plain, Maury before that, elsewhere in the valley. He looked at the fire. "The Martels have been in this valley longer than anyone can say otherwise." I thought about what this meant for the survey. A man whose family has been on the same ground for 3 generations or more has a relationship to it that is not fully captured by the concept of property. The land is not simply owned, it is inhabited. In the deep sense, the sense in which a thing is inhabited when it has been lived in and worked and worried over and loved and lost, and found again for long enough that the distinction between the person and the place becomes genuinely unclear. This is not sentiment, it is a fact about what long habitation does to the relationship between people and ground. The act provides compensation for land, it does not provide compensation for habitation. I said, if the line is built to the east of the flood plain, if it routes along the limestone shelf, above his fields rather than through them, how would he receive that? Renwick considered this. He was not a man who answered before he had thought. He'd still hear it, he said. The line would still be in the valley, 6 trains a day. Yes, but his fields would be intact. Yes. He nodded slowly. That might matter to him, he said. Whether the trains go through his ground or above it might matter. I don't know for certain, but it might. I made a note on the margin of the section paper. Eastern shelf alignment preferred also on social grounds. Maintains Martell Farm integrity. Investigate. At some point in the middle of the afternoon, Renwick asked me where I had been before Ashford Crossing. I told him Derby, where the company offices are, and before that, a survey in Lancashire that I had finished in October. Different country, he said. Very different, flatter, wider valleys, coal country mostly. He looked at the window, beyond which the storm was conducting its continuing argument with the moor. I've not been further south than Derby, he said. Once, for a legal matter. He paused. It was sufficient. I asked him if he had found it different. Too much of it, he said. I thought about what he meant by this. Too much of the industrial Midlands, probably, the towns pressing into each other, the distances between things smaller, the horizon lower and less definite. The sense of a landscape that has been thoroughly occupied and organized and subjected to human purpose. The moor is not like that, I said. No, he said, it was not a boast, simply a fact that he was satisfied with. He refilled his glass and watched the fire, and we said nothing more for perhaps half an hour. I thought about this for a long time after Renwick had gone back to the fire. It is the objection I encounter least often, and the one I understand most. The monetary objections, fair compensation, property values, disruption during construction, are straightforward. The legal objections are complex but navigable. The objection based on proximity and nuisance, the noise, the smoke, the passage of goods, is common and sometimes well-founded. But the objection to the quiet. A man who has lived in the Ashford Valley for his whole life, in a valley through which, at present, nothing passes faster than a horse, has lived in a quality of silence that is not available in many places in England in 1887. The trains I am proposing will not be frequent. This is not a main line. This is a branch, serving small communities, running perhaps 6 return workings a day. But 6 workings a day is 6 times the valley is disturbed by a sound it has never heard before. I am aware of this. I am always aware of this. I do not believe it means the line should not be built. I do believe it means the line should be built, if it is built at all, with the understanding of what it is costing. That is what the notes in my ledger are for. At 4:30, the light in the windows failed completely. Not because of the hour alone, though the November afternoon was short, but because the storm had thickened the cloud overhead to the point where no light reached the moor. The windows of the inn showed nothing but the greyish-black of a storm night on an exposed hillside, and the occasional shape of rain being driven horizontally across the glass. Mrs. Farrow went around the room and lit the lamps. 4 of them, one at each end of the bar, one above my table, one near the fire. The room shifted as she lit them, becoming smaller and warmer, the darkness outside becoming more definite as the amber interior light competed with it and won. I put away the section paper. The problem of Martel's farm was not yet solved, but I had spent the afternoon with it, and the solution was closer. That would do for today. By 5 o'clock, the storm had not ended, but had changed character. The gusts were still coming, hard gusts, striking the building with enough force that the candle on my table guttered despite being in an enclosed holder, but the wind had settled into a steadier pattern, less chaotic, the way a storm sometimes does when it has been going for several hours and found its rhythm. It was still loud, but it was loud in a predictable way now, which was different. The other men at the fire had been joined by a fourth, a carrier, apparently, who had been travelling the moor road in the other direction and had arrived at the inn from the north, with much the same storm-soaked appearance I had arrived with from the south. He was younger than the others, perhaps 30, and he was talking more than the others, which may have been the relief of having arrived safely. Mrs. Farrow moved between the bar and the kitchen with the unhurried precision of a woman who has run an inn on a moorland road for long enough that a storm full of stranded travellers is simply an ordinary Tuesday. I closed the section paper and put it away. I opened the ledger. I wrote, Day 4 of survey. Storm prevented fieldwork in afternoon. Used time to review valley section drawings. The Martel farm problem have been considering a solution. If the line curves east of the floodplain along the limestone shelf, the gradient from the south is 180, which is acceptable. This requires an additional cutting of approximately 40 yards at the southern end, significant cost, but not prohibitive. It also routes the line approximately 600 yards from Martel's farmhouse rather than the 300 yards the direct alignment would achieve, worth presenting to the company as a primary option. Conversation with W. Renwick, moorland farmer, regarding Martel and the nature of local concerns about the proposed line. His observation that Martel's primary objection is to the loss of quiet struck me as the most honest version of the thing I have been thinking about since Ashford Crossing. I do not know what to do with this professionally. It is not something the Act provides compensation for. There is no mechanism in the law for the loss of quiet below the ruled line. Renwick said the quiet as though it were a possession, which of course it is, the most difficult kind, the kind that cannot be fenced or deeded or valued, the kind that is simply there for as long as it is there and then is not. I do not want to be the person who ends it. But I also believe the line is right. The villages to the south of the valley, 3 of them, with combined populations of perhaps 800 people, are 3 miles from the nearest market town by road, and the road is poor, and in winter it is sometimes impassable. The line would connect them, not to the industrial world, not to the city, simply to the town, to the market, to the doctor, to the possibility of going further if they needed to. I believe this is worth the quiet of the valley. I am not certain. At 6 o'clock, Mrs. Farrow served supper. She did not announce it or invite us to table. She simply began setting out dishes, and the assembled travellers, 3 moorland men and a carrier and a railway surveyor, gathered without being told, the way people do when food appears and there is a shared understanding that no one has a better offer. The table that was used was the large one near the fire. Mrs. Farrow produced a cloth from somewhere, laid it, and set down a large dish in the centre. Mutton stew. Properly made, not the hurried version that sometimes appears in establishments that did not plan for extra guests, but a stew that has been going since this morning, the meat long and tender, the gravy dark and deep, the root vegetables softened to the point of becoming part of the liquid rather than separate from it, potatoes separately, boiled and floury, bread of the dark, dense kind. We ate together, the 5 of us, around the fire. I am not, by nature, a communal person. I prefer my own table, as Mrs. Brennan correctly surmised at Ashford Crossing, but there is something about the circumstance of a storm, the particular democracy of being stranded together in a warm room while the weather makes its own arrangements outside, that reorganizes the usual social geometry. Renwick talked more than he had in the afternoon. He told a story about a previous storm 10 years ago, he said. Though I suspected it had grown in the telling, that had kept him on the moor for 3 nights. The carrier, his name was Price. He was from the market town to the north, and he had the cheerful pragmatism of a man whose profession requires him to arrive somewhere regardless of conditions, talked about the road to the north, which was worse than the road to the south, in his view, for reasons involving a bridge he did not trust. The other 2 men were brothers, the Holt brothers, they said, which required no further explanation in this part of the world, apparently, as Renwick nodded, as though this told him everything he needed to know. I said less than the others. I said enough. I answered what I was asked, but mostly I listened in the way I have always found more useful than talking, the way that lets you understand something of a place and its people that direct questioning would not reveal. What I understood by the end of supper was this. These men knew the moor and the valley as I know London, not just the geography of it, but the personality of it, the way it behaved in different weathers, in different seasons, the places where it was generous and the places where it was not, the things it had done in the past and the things it was likely to do. They lived inside the knowledge of it. I was passing through, and yet I was the one who would write the report. This is a tension I have never fully resolved. The man passing through recommends the line. The men who live inside the knowledge of the place are consulted if they are lucky and heard if they are fortunate, but the report is mine. I try to carry them in it. Renwick, Mrs. Brennan, Thomas, the valley as they know it, not just as I measured it. Whether I succeed is not for me to judge. After supper, Mrs. Farrow brought a bottle of something she called the Inn's Own, a dark, slightly sweet spirit that she poured into small glasses and set on the table without further explanation. It tasted of peat and honey and something that might have been heather. It was very good. The conversation continued, slower now, around the dying down of the meal. At some point Price told a joke that I did not fully follow, involving someone called Armitage and a pig and a county court, and the Holt brothers laughed in the specific way of men who have heard a version of this joke before and find it no less funny for that. Renwick did not laugh. He looked at me instead across the table and said, "What happens after the survey?" "I produce a report," I said, "with a recommended alignment. The company decides whether to proceed and if so, applies to Parliament for the authorizing act. And then, if Parliament grants the act, construction begins. 2 to 3 years, typically, for a line of this length." He nodded slowly, "So the valley has 2 or 3 years." I looked at him. "The valley will have the valley," I said. "The line will pass through it. That is not the same as taking it." He considered this. "No," he said after a moment, "I suppose it is not." He refilled his glass. And for a while, none of us said anything. The fire settled. The storm pressed at the walls. Mrs. Farrow moved somewhere in the kitchen, doing the last things of the evening. The Holt brothers had gone quiet, and Price was looking at nothing in particular with the expression of a man whose journey has been postponed and who has made his peace with it. This is the other thing about being stranded somewhere. You stop being on the way to somewhere else. You are simply here, and the here is sufficient, and there is nothing to do but be in it. By 9 o'clock, the group had dispersed to their rooms. The Holt brothers went first. They had an early start planned, storm permitting, and the older one was already half asleep in his chair by the time the younger one suggested moving. Price went shortly after, the carrier's instinct to be rested regardless of circumstances. Renwick sat alone by the fire for another 20 minutes, not talking, not doing anything in particular, just sitting, the way I sometimes sit, with the comfortable purposelessness of a man who has run out of words for the evening and does not need them. Then he, too, went up. I was alone in the snug. I moved from the supper table back to my working table and sat for a long time without opening the ledger. I looked at the fire. It had been built up again for the evening. Fresh logs had been added before supper, and they were now burning steadily at the center of the grate, the older coals beneath them a deep red that was gradually cooling toward orange. In another hour the fire would need no attention. It would simply continue its slow, self-contained decline until the coals were white and the room began, very gradually, to give back its warmth to the night. I watched it do what it was doing. Outside the storm continued, not with the ferocity of the afternoon. It had settled, as storms on the moor eventually settle, into something steadier and less personal. The wind was still strong. It still worked at the windows and the chimney and the sign above the door. But it had given up the pretense of drama. It was simply weather now, doing what weather does. I thought about what Renwick had said. The valley has 2 or 3 years. He had not meant it as an accusation. I understood that. He had meant it as an observation, the statement of a man who measures time in the cycles of his land, who counts years in lambing seasons and hay cuts, and the movement of frost up and down the hillside. 2 or 3 years. In that time the valley would continue to be what it was. The stream would run, the field walls would stand, the village would do its village things, the market, the church, the inn, the school. Martel's farm would produce whatever it produced. The birds would return in spring, as they always have, and the heather would flower in August on the moor above, and the frost would settle in November, and the stars would be where they have always been. And then the construction would begin. I do not regret the work I do. I want to say that clearly, here in the ledger, where no one will read it but me. I do not regret it. I believe in the purpose of it. I believe that the connection of remote places to the world beyond them is, on balance, a good thing, that the isolation of communities in narrow valleys and on high moors is not a romantic condition, but a limiting one, and that the railway, for all the noise and smoke and disruption it brings, opens something that was closed. I have seen it. I have surveyed lines that were built and returned, years later, to see what they had become. The market towns that were dying and are not dying now. The farms that could not get their produce to market in time and now can. The children who can go to the grammar school in the county town because their fathers can put them on the train in the morning. I believe in this. But I also believe that Renwick is right. The valley has 2 or 3 years. And after that, something will be different. Not gone, not destroyed, simply different. I have not yet found a way to hold both of these things at the same time, without one of them diminishing the other. Perhaps that is not possible. Perhaps they must simply both be true. I sat with the fire and thought about Renwick in a way I had not thought about him during the conversation. He is a man of perhaps 45, with the permanent weather tan of someone who works outdoors in all conditions and the deliberate quality of movement that outdoor work produces over decades. He farms sheep on the east side of the moor. He has been doing this for 30 years, which means he began in his mid-teens, which means it is all he has done. 30 years of the same ground. 30 years of the same flock, generation after generation of them, on the same hillside, in the same weather, with the same view of the valley below. I try to imagine what 30 years of the same ground produces in a person. Not monotony. Renwick is not a monotonous man. Something more like depth, the way that knowing a thing for a very long time produces a knowledge that is no longer separable from the knower. Renwick does not know the moor the way I know the valley, through systematic attention, through measurement and note. He knows it the way you know your own hands, without thinking about knowing it, without being able to stop knowing it. When he said, the valley has 2 or 3 years, he was not calculating. He was simply stating what he knew, the way you state what your own hands look like. He knows the valley has 2 or 3 years because he knows the valley. The knowing preceded the statement. The statement was just the surface of a very deep thing. This is what the ledger below the ruled line is for. Not to record what I know the measurements and the gradients and the land conditions, and those go above the ruled line where they belong. The section below the ruled line is for what I know about the knowing of others, for Renwick and his 30 years, for Mrs. Brennan and her dead husband who was against the railway, for Thomas, who looks at the platform with different eyes now that I have told him it will need extending. These are the other surveys, the ones that were here before I arrived and will continue after I leave, the ones conducted by people who do not call themselves surveyors and do not carry instruments and do not write reports, but who know the ground in ways that my ledger will never fully capture. I try to carry them in the report. I am not sure it is possible to carry them fully, but I try. I got up from the table and stood at the window for a moment. The storm outside was unchanged, still pressing at the glass, still making its sound in the chimney and the inn sign and the trees somewhere on the north side of the building, still doing what it was doing when I came in. The inn was holding it. I looked at the fireplace, the embers now, the logs consumed, the heat still coming from the coals in that soft, radiating way of coals in their last hour. The room was dimmer than it had been. The shadows at the edges had grown while I was writing, the lamp on my table competing with a smaller and smaller area of the room. In the morning this fire would be rebuilt. Mrs. Farrow, or someone she directed, would lay the new logs and start the blaze for another day. The cycle of it, fire made, fire burned, fire made again, had been going in this hearth since 1791 or thereabouts, with only the occasional interruption of a mild summer or an empty inn. 100 years of the same fire. I find this, I must admit, a kind of comfort. Not because it diminishes what the survey is doing, bringing the railway to the valley, changing what the valley is, but because it places the change in a longer frame. The inn has seen other changes. The moor has seen other changes. The valley has been farmed and mined and grazed and planted and left fallow and farmed again over centuries. It has been other things before it was this. It will be something else again. Change is the ordinary condition of places if you look at them over long enough time. This does not make Renwick's observation less true. The valley has 2 or 3 years, he is right. But it makes it less catastrophic than it might otherwise feel. The valley will absorb this change, the way it has absorbed all the others, and it will still be the Ashford Valley, and the stream will still run, and the limestone will still be limestone, and Renwick's sheep will still be on the moor. Just with a railway through it. Just with the sound of the trains 6 times a day. I closed the ledger and went to bed. I wrote to Clara. I had not managed a letter the previous evening. The day had been long, and the notes from the second day of survey had taken more time than expected, so tonight's letter would cover 2 days. I wrote, Dear Clara asterisk, I am stranded at a moorland inn above the Ashford Valley, on account of a storm that arrived this afternoon and has no intention of leaving before morning. I am writing by the fire in the inn's snug, which is a small, low-ceilinged room of the kind that was built specifically for evenings like this one. The walls thick enough to make the wind into a sound rather than a fact, the fire generous enough to make the cold irrelevant. I met a man today named Renwick, who farms sheep on the eastern moor. He said something about the valley that has been staying with me through the evening. He said, so the valley has 2 or 3 years. He meant 2 or 3 years before the line arrives, if it arrives. He said it the way he might note the length of a season, not with regret exactly, but with the precision of a man who measures things and does not flinch from the measurements. I find I cannot entirely answer him. The line is right. I believe this more clearly with each day of the survey. The valley is right for it, but Renwick is also right. Something will be different. I can recommend the right line. I cannot make the difference smaller than it is. Your grandmother used to say that the hardest things are the ones where two true things point in opposite directions. I think she was right about that. I think about her quite often on surveys, for reasons I have never quite worked out. The storm is still loud, but it has stopped being alarming. The fire is doing what good fires do. Tomorrow the moor road will be passable again, and I will survey the junction and go on south. There are still several places to see before the survey is complete. I am well, sleep well. Your loving father. I folded the letter. I sat for a moment with it in my hands, in the warmth and the firelight, listening to the storm. Then I put it with the other letter, the one from this morning that I had written in the valley before leaving, which was still in my coat pocket because there had been no post box on the moor road, and I had forgotten to leave it at the crossing bell. 2 letters for Clara. Both of them saying, in their different ways, I am here, I am attending to this, I will be home when the survey is done. I closed the ledger. I sat with the fire for a while longer, until it had declined to the stage where only the coals remained, and the heat was coming in soft, diminishing waves from across the room. Then I carried my lamp and my bag upstairs. The corridor was dark and cold. My room was colder. The radiator had done its moderate best and run out of enthusiasm, and the window that faced the storm had been doing its own modest best to let the night in around its edges. I set the lamp on the chest of drawers and undressed quickly. Part 8, Inside the Storm. In bed, I listened to the storm. This is different from listening to the quiet. The quiet of Ashford Crossing 3 nights ago had been something to let in, to open to allow to fill the room around you. It was inviting. It required a kind of receptivity. The storm requires no receptivity. The storm is present whether you attend to it or not. It presses itself upon you, fills all the available space of your hearing, makes its rhythms known regardless of your preference. It is not aggressive, or if it is aggressive the way the tide is aggressive, the way the cold is aggressive. Impersonally, without reference to you, simply because it is doing what it is. But listened to in a warm bed, behind thick stone walls, with the knowledge that the building has stood against this for a very long time. Listened to from there. It becomes something else. Not threatening, not alarming, not even exactly energetic. Just immense. A very large thing, doing what very large things do, all around a very small room in which one person is warm and still. The gusts built and broke. Built and broke. Built and broke. I have been in worse storms than this. On a survey in Yorkshire in 1879, I was caught on open ground when a November storm came in without the warning that this one gave. There was no shelter for half a mile in any direction, only the stone wall of a field boundary, which I got behind and stayed behind for 2 hours while the weather did what it was going to do regardless of my inconvenience. That one had been alarming. This is not alarming. This is simply weather, and I am inside, and the building is between me and the weather, and the building is not going anywhere. I thought of all the people who had lain in this room before me in all the years this inn has been here, listening to the same wind work at the same walls. Farmers and carriers and drovers, and perhaps, occasionally, other surveyors, men making their way across the moor for various purposes, stopped by various storms, lying in this room or its equivalent with the same sound outside the same window. The building has held all of them. It holds me. There is a particular discipline that sleeping in unfamiliar places in bad weather teaches. You cannot control the weather. You cannot make the storm quieter or the building warmer or the radiator more enthusiastic. You have arrived at a place, and the place is what it is, and the weather is what it is, and your job is simply to be in the situation with some degree of equanimity. I have learned this over 22 years of surveys. The learning began badly. I was not, in my 20s, an equanimous person. I was impatient with delays and with weather and with the gap between how things should be and how they were. Forsyth used to observe this in me with the mild exasperation of a man who has long since made his peace with the world's indifference to human schedules. He said, "Once the moor does not know your itinerary." I found this extremely annoying at the time, which tells you something about how much I needed to hear it. The moor does not know your itinerary. The storm does not know your itinerary. The floodplain does not know what gradient you need it to be. The rock is the rock, and the weather is the weather, and the ground is the ground, and the work is to attend to what is actually there rather than to the version of it that would be more convenient. I know this now. Lying in the dark in the Moorland Inn, listening to the storm do what it does, I know this in a way that is no longer intellectual. It is in the body. The equanimity is not performed. It is simply there. The storm is very large, and I am very small, and the building is holding against the storm. That is sufficient. I lay in the dark, and let it be sufficient. I thought about the survey. Not the technical aspects, those I could not improve by thinking about them in the dark, but the quality of the survey as a whole, which is something I attend to at intervals during the work, checking whether the picture I am building is accurate, whether I am seeing what is there or what I expected to find. The Ashford Valley is not what I expected. I expected, based on the map, based on the company's preliminary description, based on the geological surveys that had been done before I was engaged, a straightforward survey. A limestone valley with a clear shelf alignment, a gorge crossing at the south end, and no particular complications. The kind of survey that takes 2 weeks and produces a clean report. The survey is straightforward technically. The measurements have been clear. The alignment has revealed itself almost as I predicted. The gorge crossing is complicated, but not unusually so. But the valley is not straightforward. It is the people in it, Thomas and Mrs. Brennan and Renwick, and Martel, who I have not met, but whose presence in the landscape I can feel in the way Thomas says his name and Renwick says, the quiet. The valley is inhabited by people who know it in ways I do not and cannot, and their knowledge is part of what the survey should carry, even if the report has no formal mechanism for carrying it. I lie in the dark and think about how to write that into the report. It will have to be done carefully. The report is a technical document. It is not a place for reflections on the relationship between a farmer and his flood plain, or on the particular quality of the Ashford Valley's silence. The company's directors are not interested in these things, or they believe they are not, which amounts to the same thing. But there are ways of phrasing a recommendation that carry more than the literal content. There are ways of knotting a preferred alignment that imply the other considerations without stating them directly. I have learned, over 22 years, how to write a report that says true things in the language of a report. I will write this one that way. The valley will be in it. Not all of the valley, but enough. I had not written to her about the storm. The letter was about Renwick's observation, about the valley, about the grandmother she had not known. I would write about the storm separately, perhaps when I was back in the valley tomorrow. I thought of her at Margaret's house, in the room she always uses when she visits, the room at the back, quieter than the street-facing ones, with the small desk where she does her marking and preparation. She would be reading, probably at this hour, or asleep. November nights in London are long, and she sleeps well, as young people do who have not yet accumulated the particular wakefulness that middle age brings. She will not know about the storm. The storm on the moor above the Ashford Valley on the night of the 18th of November will not be news in London. It is simply weather, local and unremarkable, only remarkable to the people inside it. I am inside it. She is not. This is, in the most basic sense, what it means to be away. In the night, I woke once. The storm had changed. It had not stopped. I could still hear the wind, still feel the cold pressing at the window glass. But the pitch of it had dropped. The gusts had spaced themselves further apart, and between them there were actual silences, brief but real, in which I could hear something that I had not been able to hear over the storm, the inn itself. The settling of the building, the ticking of the radiator, the faint creak of the floorboard in the corridor outside, which I had learned was caused by the building's thermal movement and not by footsteps. And below all of that, very faint, just barely there, the moor. Not a specific sound, not the wind or a stream. There is no stream up here, only the one far below in the valley, but something broader than silence. The sound of a large, open, empty place in the middle of the night, with the storm starting slowly to let go of it. I lay and listened to it. The moor at night in a dying storm, heard from inside a thick-walled stone building, is, I am searching for the right word, patient. It is patient. It has been here before the storm, and it will be here after it. The storm is a visitor. The moor is not. I thought of all the things that were on the moor tonight. The sheep Renwicks and the others, huddled somewhere in whatever lee they had found. The heather, flattened by the wind, still there beneath it. The thin channels of water running off the hillside in the rain. The field walls, dark and solid, running across the landscape in lines that have not changed in 200 years. The road junction I had been unable to survey today, where 3 tracks meet in the middle of nothing in particular, and which had presumably been meeting for as long as there were reasons to travel in 3 directions from this point. All of it in the dark, in the rain, in the wind. I thought about Renwick, lying in his bed somewhere in this building, listening to the same storm. He will not be awake, I am almost certain of that. Renwick is a man who works hard in all weathers and sleeps the sleep of someone whose body has earned rest. He will have gone to sleep quickly and completely, and he will wake when his body tells him it is time, which will be early. Farmers wake early, moorland farmers especially, because the day and the weather need assessing before they can begin. He will lie in the dark for a few minutes when he wakes, I think, listening to what the storm is doing. Not anxiously, he is not anxious about storms, he is too experienced for that, but attending, listening to the pitch and the rhythm of the wind, reading it the way he reads everything about the moor, with the specific knowledge of a man who has been paying attention to this landscape for 30 years. He will know before he gets up what the morning will be. He does not need instruments for this. He does not need a barometer or a map or a notebook. He has 30 years of moors in him, and 30 years of moors is a better instrument than anything I carry. This is what I mean when I say the ledger below the ruled line matters. The official survey records what I find with my instruments. The other record is for this, the understanding that Renwick's 30 years and Mrs. Brennan's lifetime and Thomas's 8 months on the platform, these are instruments too, of a different kind, measuring things that my instruments cannot reach. I lay in the dark and listened to the moor emerging from beneath the storm. The wind dropping in increments too small to name individually, but clearly dropping when I listened over the span of several minutes. The gusts spacing themselves, the intervals growing, the particular pressure of the storm against the building easing, degree by degree, toward something that was still weather, but was becoming manageable weather rather than assertive weather. The moor, in those intervals, was audible. Not loudly, not distinctly, but present, the particular quality of silence that a large, open, dark, wet place produces in the hours before dawn. Not empty silence, not the silence of nothing, the silence of something that is there but not speaking. The moor at 3 in the morning, waiting for the storm to finish, waiting with the patience of something that has been waiting far longer than any storm has existed, for the storm to simply be done. And the storm eventually complying. I fell back to sleep before I could note the time. passing through the valley below, making its sound 6 times a day, connecting the villages to the town, carrying the children to school and the produce to market and the letters to their recipients, and changing, in the way that all connections change things, what the valley is. Not taking it, simply adding to it. I hoped this was true. I believed it was true. But I also lay in the dark of the Moorland Inn and heard the moor through the dying storm and thought, Renwick is right that it will be different, and the difference is real, even if the thing changed is not destroyed. The moor patient in the dark. The storm finishing its work. The building holding. These two things are both true. The valley will have 2 or 3 more years of what it is. And then it will be something else, with trains in it. And I believe, I have to believe, because the alternative is that the work I do is only loss and never gain, that the something else will be worth the change. That the children who will ride the train to school for the first time will be worth the quiet that Martel loses. That the doctors the southern villages will be able to reach will be worth the sound the valley gains. That the connection is worth the cost. I have to believe this. I do believe this. And I also lie in the dark and feel the weight of what Renwick said, and I do not pretend it does not weigh anything. I fell back to sleep before I could resolve them. Both things, both true, settling into the dark together as the moor settled after the storm. When I woke next, it was early morning, not yet fully light, but the darkness had the quality of something preparing to change. The storm had dropped to a steady wind, significant but manageable. The window showed a moving grey rather than the pressed blackness of the deep night. I dressed and went out. The cold was sharp and clean, and the sky to the west was still in motion, the last clouds of the storm breaking up, the clear blue beginning to show between them in long, pale strips. The moor was wet, saturated, every stem of heather beaded with water, the track running in both directions, still carrying the overnight rain in thin, fast rivulets. The road junction was visible from the inn door, 3 tracks meeting at a stone marker that might have been a waystone or might simply have been a stone that had been there long enough to become a landmark. It stood at the junction in the morning light, grey and solid, its shadow long. I walked to it. Stood at the junction of 3 roads on the open moor, in the cold morning after the storm. One road south, back down to the valley. One road north, through the declining moor to the market town. One road east, into country I had not yet walked. And a curlew, calling from somewhere in the wet heather to the northeast, the long, descending cry, the moorland sound, carrying easily in the cleared air of the morning after weather. I want to say something about the curlew, because I have heard curlews on every moorland survey I have done, and I have never quite written about them adequately. The curlew's call is unlike any other bird sound in the English landscape. It is not beautiful in the way a blackbird is beautiful. The blackbird's song is rich and melodic and clearly, deliberately musical, a performance. The curlew is not performing. The curlew is simply making the sound that curlews make in the way that the moor makes the sounds the moor makes, without audience, without intention, simply as the expression of what it is. But the sound itself, the long, curved, descending note starting high, moving through several tones in a smooth, arching fall that takes perhaps 3 seconds from beginning to end, and ending in a lower, more uncertain note that sounds, if you are in the mood to anthropomorphize, like a question that has given up expecting an answer. It is the sound of open, empty, exposed places. You do not hear curlews in towns, or in enclosed valleys, or in woodland. You hear them on moorland and estuaries and high pastures, the places that have retained enough of their original character that the curlews have remained in them. To hear a curlew after a moorland storm, in the clean cold air of the morning after, is to hear the moor saying, I am still here. I was here before the storm. I am here after it. I surveyed the road junction with the particular pleasure of a task that is clear in its purpose and manageable in its scope. The three roads, their gradients measured, their surfaces assessed, their relationship to the proposed alignment confirmed. The waystone at the junction, its position noted, a recommendation drafted in my mind that it be preserved in whatever construction plan might eventually affect this area. The waystone had been here longer than the roads, or rather, the roads had grown up around it, three tracks finding their way to this point over different centuries and different purposes, until the stone had become the definition of the place rather than merely a marker within it. Remove the waystone and the junction would be a different junction, technically the same, geometrically the same, but without the thing that made it recognizably itself. I wrote in the notebook, waystone to be preserved, pre-enclosure, functionally and historically significant to moorland navigation. I stood at the junction for a while longer. The moor had a quality in this post-storm morning that I had not seen before. The saturation of the ground had changed the color of everything, the heather darker, the rock faces darker, the track itself running with thin, clear water that caught the early light and gave it back in moving lines. The waystone at the junction was wet, and the wet stone was a different grey from dry stone, deeper, more present, as though the rain had restored something the dryness had taken away. I thought, this is what the moor looks like when it has been through something. Not worse, not damaged, simply more itself, stripped of whatever surface quality the dry weather had given it, down to the thing underneath. The thing underneath is the moor. It is always the moor. The weather passes through it, and the seasons pass through it, and now the railway will pass below it, and each of these things is temporary in relation to the moor itself, which is limestone and time, and will outlast all of them. I find this, today, genuinely consoling. I have been, for the duration of this survey, aware of the weight of what the line will bring. The change, the loss of quiet, Renwick's observation sitting in me like a stone I cannot put down, the responsibility of being the person who comes before, who walks the ground, who recommends. But standing here on the moor in the clean morning air, with the wet heather all around, and the sky clearing from the west, and the waystone grey and solid at the junction of three ancient roads, I feel the scale of the moor differently than I felt it yesterday before the storm. The moor has been through something. The moor is unchanged. These are somehow both true. Perhaps the valley will be the same. I am not naive enough to simply believe this. The valley is smaller than the moor. The change will be more visible. The sound of the trains will be more present than anything the moor has yet experienced. But the limestone will still be limestone. The stream will still be the stream. And the curlew will still be on the moor above it all, calling in the November air, indifferent and free, doing what curlews have always done. That will have to be enough. I picked up the survey bag. The moor road stretched south, back toward the valley. I walked, but the movement through places, the accumulation of rooms and faces and conversations, the ledger filling, the survey resolving itself, page by page, measurement by measurement, into a picture that is beginning to be clear. I am, I think, more myself than I was when I arrived at Ashford crossing 12 days ago, not different, moory. This is what good surveys do. Forsyth said, you will come back from every survey knowing something you did not know before you left, not always about the ground, sometimes about yourself. He said this as a young man's encouragement, and I took it as such. Now I understand it more precisely. The ground teaches you something, the standing in it, the attending to it, the writing of it down. You come back carrying more than you arrived with. I picked up the survey bag. The moor road stretched south, back toward the valley. I walked. That evening, back at the working table with the lamp, I wrote in the ledger. Day 5 of survey. Storm prevented fieldwork yesterday afternoon. Survey of road junction completed this morning. all three approaches measured, gradients confirmed. None present significant obstacle to the proposed line. Full valley section now essentially complete. Returning to Ashford Crossing tomorrow to complete measurements at the south end. And below, the ruled line. What Renwick said about the valley has stayed with me all day. The valley has 2 or 3 years. I think he is right that it will be different. I think I was right that different is not the same as lost, but I also think that the difference matters. That these 2 or 3 years are worth paying attention to. That the job is not only to find the right line, but to know what the right line is crossing. I have walked 3 miles of this moor today. I know something about it now, not the way Renwick knows it, not the 30-year knowing, the knowing that is in the body as much as the mind, but the knowing of a day's careful attention, the surface of the thing. Perhaps that is sufficient for a survey. Perhaps the surface is what I am qualified to know, and the depth belongs to the people who stay. I think of Mrs. Farrow, whose family has kept this inn since 1791. 3 generations of Farrows on this moor road, tending this building, keeping this fire. Whatever changes the railway brings to the valley below, and it will bring changes, I am certain of that, the Moorland Inn will still be here. The junction of 3 roads will still be here. The waystone will still be at the center of it. The moor does not change quickly. It changes over centuries, not years. The railway is a 2 or 3 year change. The moor is a century change. Both things are true at different scales. I have been doing this work for 22 years, and I am only now arriving at the scale question with any precision. Forsyth understood it. He understood that a survey is a document of a particular scale of time, not the geological time of the limestone, not the human time of the people who live on it, but the intermediate time of a decision being made, a line being considered, a change being prepared for. The survey lives in that intermediate time. It speaks to the decision-makers about the land as it is now in order to plan the land as it will be. It is neither the valley's deep past nor its distant future. It is the present made legible. I am the present, walking the ground. Tomorrow I will go back down to the valley. I am glad to have been here. I am glad to have heard the storm from inside this building and the curlew in the morning after, and Renwick's voice across the supper table saying, "The valley has 2 or 3 years." I am glad to have known this moor before I write the report. The Moorland Inn. November 18, 1887. All is well.